ways that I can do more for the preservation of the species by being like a big brother, or finding some way to be involved in the lives of underprivileged kids and give them a better chance of ending up not in jail or as a productive member of society than if I were to pop out a couple of critters myself.
I think this is why I don't even work so often.
There you go. There's your contribution. There's now you don't have to feel shame for.
You shouldn't have to feel guilty about your choice, but evolutionarily speaking, we're designed to sustain a longitudinal propagate.
Yeah, and I mean, I think so. Yeah, perpetuate. Yeah, propagate sounds right. But and because we know this, because we know that these like feelings of feelings that we want to find a mate and have kids or have the act that leads to kids, and that like a series of consecutive chemical rewards would keep us interested in raising the child until there was some level of self-sufficiency. Now, since we know this about ourselves and that it's all just like a chemical reward system, I see it as an evolutionary trap that I'm not smart enough to avoid. Yeah. Good riddance in that case.
More people start to feel that way, or more couples don't have more than one child.
Or maybe like we'll cure death soon, and people will just start living a lot longer, and that'll take care of the propagation of our species problem. We don't have to pop out any new ones if the existing ones stay alive. Have you ever seen it?
I've seen it once a really long time ago, and if I'm not mistaken, it's about such a situation in where humanity has not been able to produce another human child
scenes, like, it is like the single shot where, the baby is being carried through this firefight and everybody just like stands down and just like, jaws like flop open as this crying child, like the sound of a crying child is in the air. They just like all, uh, yeah,
Yeah, maybe we should put that.
yeah, that's, I'm doing it as we speak. Yeah, that's good. Mm-hmm.
That was a tangent, can't remember where we were. Alright.
We were talking about having,
I have
yes.
not, so I'm watching a doc till Sunday. I'll not just say I am watching a doc till Sunday.
And he is a real scaredy dog, if that's a thing.
I think this is either his first time on Earth or whatever he was before he was a dog did not have all of the new sensory inputs, and it's very emotional for him, maybe. I don't know. Those are my only two ponders. Maybe it's yeah, I think it's more likely that he's the first time he was
Really, there's no, he does not have a life before.
no, he has a
Since
life
before
before,
this.
it's just in a different, like, alien environment.
Oh, he's never been a dog, or he's just never been,
Never been human.
he's never been, but he's not human now either.
No, yeah, and never been human before, but some human equivalent in a different galaxy. Like an alien civilization that looks like octopuses or something. Like it, right?
That has like a different,
Yeah.
mm,
Being one of those. And so this is like freaking him out. I don't know. That's what it feels like. If I'm gonna
The
make
concept-
a story up.
the concept of linear time is like is really messing with his brain. He's used to thinking, he'd be able to think along this huge, like, on a 4D level, and now he's limited to like what appears to be like flatland to him because he's used to,
Maybe
four dimensions.
hearing just Sam used to picking up all these nuances, and they're not nuances he understands. You can hear more.
Yeah, maybe his frequency range it was advantageous for his previous species to hear was much smaller. So like you only heard the stuff that was really important.
We get it all. And Renaissance Festival this way, and oh right, we were talking about the Renaissance. Anyway, oh, maybe we stopped talking about that. Good, but
Cool.
have to dress up.
I'll bet you did. Well, who'd you go with?
Rachel, Preston, and Aaron. Would have been Trevor, but he's
Overseas, alright. Have fun.
Theoretically. How's your weekend?
Good. Played a show on Saturday. It was very like the weather had just turned to the cold and rainy type. It's like snow now, like it snowed on Sunday all day, but Saturday it was just like cold and rainy, which is very bad for foot traffic. The only folks that really attended the show were like regulars who were just there to watch a sports match. I think there may have been a few times when a few of them like noticed that a song was over and offered a smattering of applause, but yeah, in general there was not a whole lot of audience energy to feed off of. as an exercise and, playing to an apathetic room. It's not like I've not done that in my, in my lifetime. Yeah, yeah, I did, and we played well, I think, despite the, lack of audience energy. So yeah, it was a glorified practice session, as I see it. And Sunday, regularly scheduled, space-time journey. I watched, let's see, I wanted to tell you about some things that I watched. Oh yeah, have you seen or heard of the new film on Netflix called House of Dynamite?
I feel like I may have seen it advertised, but I do not recall.
I think it's, I will, have you seen The Hurt Locker or Zero Dark 30?
Oh, it's that one director.
Yes, same director, so it's like a kind of hyper-realistic,
And it's got that woman from Dune and
Silo.
with Hugh Jackman, Martha Bailey's.
She's in that? Oh wait, but the bar, you're not talking about The Greatest Showman.
Greatest
right?
Showman, thank you, Jesus, yes.
That's, but Hugh Grant's not in that. Oh, you mean Hugh Jackman?
Hugh Jackman, I said Hugh Grant.
I think you did. I'm for foot traffic. The only folks that really attended the show were like regulars who were just there to watch a sports match. I think there may have been a few times when Silo.
With Hugh Jackman, Martha Bailey's.
She's in that? Oh wait. But the bar. You're not talking about The Greatest Showman.
Greatest
right?
Showman, thank you, Jesus, yes.
That's, but Hugh Grant's not in that. Oh, you mean Hugh Jackman?
I said Hugh Grant.
I think you did, but I'm not 100% sure. I would have that. For some, like you said something and I heard, and Hugh Grant is what I heard, but I didn't know Rebecca Ferguson was in that, or if I didn't remember.
She's the lady that sings really well and gets toured around and winds up kissing him on stage and all that.
I see.
She's that way.
Yeah.
At least I think she is. If not, I would place money on that fact that she was. Lost me. I don't know. I woke up. Action.
But yeah, it was. I think if you enjoyed Paradise, you would enjoy this. It's okay that you remember this. It stars Sterling K. Brown as the bodyguard
Yes, thank
for
you.
President James Marsden. And there's an underground. Yeah, I was like, you were so excited about this show. How could you possibly? But yeah, it's just the name.
Yes, I didn't recognize the name specifically. No, I'm very excited for the next season of that show.
Do you know when it's coming out?
No.
Me neither. Yeah, I think I even looked it up recently. I think, yeah, watching this film made me want to know when the second season of Paradise would be out. Yeah, it's basically a realistic depiction of what an incoming nuclear strike would look like. And they even have like the technology that my dad worked on, the EKB, that's supposed to blow up a missile in outer space, but it's kind of like hit or miss as to whether that thing's gonna work.
Yeah, that's on my list of movies to watch for sure.
show.
Oh, okay, I did have a few things, just some interesting innovations that I have seen pop up in my feed, in my bubble, that I double checked to make sure are real and not wishful thinking, like,
Mm-hmm.
maybe crafty impossible equation, but, so, oh wait, this one I didn't actually double check in my routine, but it's interesting anyways, and I'll let you know if it was real or not, but it says Finland's innovative underground data centers warm entire city blocks by utilizing only server-based heat.
Huh.
So like, fucking brilliant. If that's a real thing, that's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, nice efficient system there.
The best way to keep people poor, convince them their poverty is someone else's fault and only the government can save them.
That's how to do what now?
Keep people poor.
Keep people poor is convince them that their poverty is someone else's fault and only the government can save them, because the government's not going to save them.
It is not. Man, this isn't the innovation, but it's a meme, so I may as well say it while I'm here. Basketball's all like, give me that pumpkin, I need it. And tennis is all like, fuck this lemon, you take it.
Yeah, that's good.
Ooh, yes. They froze atoms to near absolute zero, and a black hole shadow appeared, glowing faintly with Hawking radiation. Hawking what?
Hawking radiation. I've heard that, but I can't pinpoint what it is. Hawking.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Oh yeah, because Stephen Hawking discovered it, I think is why
Yeah,
it's the.
but I don't know what it. I think it's like something to do with dark matter, maybe.
It's the theoretical thermal radiation in a black hole is predicted to emit, causing it to lose mass and evaporate over time. This phenomenon occurs at a black hole's event horizon due to quantum effects where pairs of virtual particles are constantly created and annihilated. If one particle falls into the black hole, the other can escape as real radiation, a process that is more intense for smaller black holes. So that makes sense. Frozen atom, it turned to a black hole and emitted Hawking radiation.
You're
Interesting.
well, it says a black hole shadow. I don't know what a black hole appeared. I don't know what shadow means.
Black hole. Yeah, that's something I would need clarification. Mm-hmm. demonstrated signs of non-gravitational acceleration.
Correct, yes. And veered off on a path that our greatest scientists were like, no good, what?
Yeah.
And so they're all, leaning in, getting together to discuss what might have happened. And there's these theories of like gaseous off cliff, or I don't remember the terms, but they're all perfectly rational things theoretically. However, when a comet expels 13% of its mass, typically you will see a cloud of particles and dust and whatever trailing behind it. And in this case, we do not see that, and that is screwy.
Oh yeah, so I saw a headline somewhere that it didn't have a tail. Like if it was a comet, we'd expect it to have a tail. That must be. Is that what you mean? The particles and dust trailing behind it.
No, I think this is different from that.
Okay.
Maybe. Basically,
Like that's what that's.
I felt like what it felt like was there's a new thing 3i Atlas is doing, and it's funny. This thing I came on my own, but maybe I was reading about the tail. I'll double check.
Or just okay.
Either way.
I mean, yeah. Whether we call it a tail.
It should be.
Once. No, don't get your hopes up too hard. And I mean, they could just be like, it could be a hostile species wanting to take us over.
That's it. So let's do it.
No, like, whatever. I mean, unless they were gonna torture us. I would hope that, I'm okay with being conquered if they establish a more sophisticated, government, if they figured out like the ideal sort of society model that, keeps the most number of people happy and eliminates poverty and disease and all that stuff, then yeah, absolutely, of course, sign me up for an alien takeover. I just mean, I don't know. I'm on the fence if like their plan is to liquidate us. That might be okay. That might be preferable to what's going on now.
See, I'm fine with the torture too. Like,
Really?
well, because as soon as we realize that's what's happening, I'm killing myself. So.
But what if they don't let you? Or what if they just reanimate your corpse because they can do that and kill you again more painfully this time?
That would be very interesting. What I see as a very long shot. But that's the odds of that.
No, okay. Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that's I certainly hope that no alien species has this sort of thing in mind for us. I mean, it was like in that show, Three Body Problem, it was one of the reasons they gave, what's his name, who was going to agree to have his body cryogenically, or his brain cryogenically frozen and sent off in this vessel to the Santee. Like, the dude, when they tried to talk about it, it was like, they might, they're probably going to do all kinds of experiments, including like figuring out what makes you afraid and what puts you in pain, and they could kill you many times over and then bring you back. Like, you have no idea what they're going to do with your brain.
Nothing. Maybe that nothing happens, but what are the odds?
And are you willing to risk it?
I am.
I mean, in the end, it's really not our choice one way or the other, I guess, but,
Should be advanced and we don't have like, human viruses that will completely incapacitate them like in war or any other
or water.
Yeah, water, either of those.
To throw in their face a cup of water, it'll,
Frequency.
solve the whole problem for us.
Frequency adjusters and,
Was that Independence Day?
no, that was, where you can make sound.
Oh, yeah, it's a quiet place.
Quiet place, yes, quiet place. Once they figured out the weakness, they were all screwed. Maybe it would be worth finding its weakness. It doesn't matter. My point is, every time Three Eye Atlas does something fun and interesting, it makes me unhappy. That's the
Okay.
direction. It does me a world of joy. The odds that it is what I'm hoping it is are so low. It's fun to right?
Yeah.
But I probably am confirmation biasing my way into this, so.
Well, yeah, I don't know, cautiously optimistic about the 3i Atlas headlines when I see them.
Are there any cults for the Three Eye Atlas that are planning to burn themselves at some of those systems? Question mark?
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
There has to be, right? There's no credible evidence that any group is planning mass suicide.
I mean, they might have seen like the Seventh Day Adventist, or I forget what the cult group was with the hilltop comment, but they probably saw, how ridiculous those guys looked. Sorry, I just got a weird text. I'm interested in seeing who it's from. Oh, Keith. Keith said, anyway, remind me. Oh,
I was wondering.
they probably saw what that cult looked like and said, okay, we're not going to do mass suicide. Let's do something else. And your question was specific to mass suicide, so maybe you should ask just like, are there any cults around 3i Atlas?
That's what I did say, isn't it? Are there any cults?
You said,
that are planning to murder themselves?
yeah.
Are there any cults at all? Even if we leave out people that are planning to kill themselves? Question mark? Oh no. No, specifically for Three Eye Atlas.
They took that as any cults at all that either are acceptable.
Atlas is so annoying to type. Nothing specific to Three Eye Atlas is publicly verified.
Okay. countdown in their field of vision that they can't get rid of unless they stop their current research and so forth. That's another show I'm looking forward to the second season of too. Yeah, probably.
Also, despite the fact that you're gonna hate it, I'm doing it anyways. Thank you for your
What?
service.
What's oh yeah, yeah, because it's Veterans Day. Actually, hey, don't mention it. I actually got the day off work. Yeah. Thanks. I mean, everybody at my 4-person company got the day off, but yeah, I happen to be a veteran who got the day off, so yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's not just like a perk that I get for being a veteran. It's we get it's a oh really? Interesting. I think maybe we've had this conversation.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I remember that.
Anyways, happy Veterans Day.
Thank you. We lost a lot of good men out there. I mean, I didn't personally like
We as the United States have.
yes.
Okay, so political stuff nowadays. Are we
Mhm.
prepared for this?
Are we ever really prepared for this?
Good point. Anything you want to start with specifically?
I do, mainly because like I considered responding in the chat, but I felt like maybe it'd be better to wait until now. But I have to address the Ice Cube ban or the Ice Cube tour bus thing.
Let's do it.
Like, so to recap the conversation where this was this incident was announced, or where you informed me of this incident. It was about like the violent events or the violence that had been that had taken place against ICE agents and federal properties. Those cases that the Trump administration has used as justification to deploy National Guard troops into these mostly Democrat-led cities, which I interpret as finding scraping the bottom of the civil unrest barrel for any excuse to do an authoritarian power grab, and you interpret as a legitimate response to these local local state governments' failure to protect these federal assets and personnel. And one of the incidents that you cited as an example of violence against ICE agents was in fact one that wasn't against ICE agents at all, but an act of arson or vandalism that had taken place on ICE, the tour bus of the rapper known as Ice Cube, and the way I had understood it, I'm not sure if it's how you told the story or not, but I had understood that like we know that this that the perpetrator had mistaken it for an ICE asset, but as it happens, I cannot find any credible news source that calls it anything other than a random act of vandalism. That it's not clear who did it or what their motive was, and taking it as being intended against ICE was the sort of logical leap that I think would not let me get away with it in a million years.
You're absolutely correct, Jeffrey.
say, like, I mean, circulated sounds like the right term when we refer to social media. It sounds like, I mean, there was a lot of buzz circulating around social media, given, you know, the proximity to the ICE, sort of like the ramping up of ICE strategies in these cities.
Because that his bus was attacked is definitely true.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yes.
That I think.
Yes.
Then I think what happened is, see what had happened was, and I think what had happened was,
What had happened?
my brain did take the leap, and the leap is, but I don't think it's as far of a leap, and maybe that's where we differ.
Listen.
In looking at the evidence in front of me, we have Portland ICE agents being physically assaulted. And in the same area of time, Ice Cube's bus is vandalized. And it's not Ice Cube's bus and several surrounding vehicles. It's just this one bus with the giant word ICE on the side of it. And my Occam's razor, here we go. My Occam's razor is, it's likely to be connected in some way, rather than just somebody saw this as an opportune time to get Ice Cube back for something.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sure what the simplest like what I see as the simplest explanation from an Occam's razor perspective. I don't want to discount the idea that this was Antifa, or this was somebody with a who wanted to take up arms in the fight against ICE. I think that using it as a data point to support a further power grab by the feds is misguided, because, like, if indeed this is someone who read the word ICE on a tour bus and decided what they were going to do based on those three letters without reading the rest of the thing that the bus said, not to mention noticing that it was a tour bus and not a van, or, like, you know, the sort of ICE branding that we've seen on the news and that we've come to identify with the ICE agents. I feel like these are all reasons to doubt to question the notion that this was a targeted, that Ice Cube's tour bus was somehow mistaken for an ICE vehicle. Although, yeah, here it is. If that is the case, if it is an Antifa member who was dumb enough to mistake Ice Cube's tour bus for an ICE vehicle, then does that person or people really pose enough of a threat to be counted as a data point that supports the move to deploy National Guard troops?
Well, I think if they did actually make that mistake, then it's a data point, because it's clear that they were trying to do it, even if they miscalculated. Like, that was clearly probably their goal, if that's what they actually thought. It doesn't have to be something they actually thought, though. It could just be like, we're so serious about this that we're metaphorically damaging this random tour, not random, but this tour bus, to show you that we mean business or whatever, like an art piece for that side of things.
Banksy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it also
sense in that case to deploy enough, enough National Guard agents to protect every facility and or entity, building, vehicle that happens to have the word ICE on it. I mean, isn't that, is ICE cube for buses federally?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Just say like if we're going to use the ICE cube incident as a reason to interpret that as an act against ICE, like wouldn't we assume that just as much as the ICE facilities and ICE the real ICE facilities and real ICE vehicles that are on threat, we should assume that every building like the International Ice Company and ice and tap store and like any rapper iced tea, like they have two of us in place for natural resources. Only if the logic that from the Trump administration is that like it has to do with the threats against these federal facilities. So like this is just my argument for why even if the Ice Cube ban or Ice Cube bus attack was Antifa or somebody wanting to send a message about ICE, that incident should be a data point that Trump administration uses to justify deploying federal guard troops.
Yeah, but I said in my brain there's in my brain it can be justified in whatever ways I just did. Two ways that I just did.
Just but just excluding the Ice Cube incident, we're gonna treat that as something that has nothing to do with this because it would be quite a logical leap to weed this in the category of violence against us.
Okay, sure, and it's only going to be the one data point, so it's not going to matter that much, but I would point to very strange coincidence, which is a coincidence and not evidence, because they haven't caught anybody who did it, nobody's come forward to credit. So it is speculation, but it's speculation that lines up with evidence, so it's a hypothesis.
Sure. Like the analogy I think of is when Andrew McCabe and Jim Comey, two of Trump's political enemies, after his first during Trump's first term, they came under severe IRS because of the chance that they were going to be selected for is the resilient. Like that alone is not evidence, but like taken with all the other negative influence of Trump's petty vindictive behavior, I personally believe that that hypothesis has merit, that it was not so random the selection of McCabe and Comey for these severe IRS audits. I think that the conclusion that this was Antifa sending a message about ICE, there's quite a bit less evidence to go on with that than for the notion that McCabe and Comey were targeted by the new president. But I would still not like bring a case against Trump for abuse of power because I think what we have now isn't enough to draw the conclusion that this was the work of a petty vindictive
Sure. I think if we're counting the ICE case, the only way that I'm actually counting it is in Trump's perspective. And in Trump's perspective, oh shit, they're targeting anything with the word ICE on it. This is super serious.
and the notion that against these federal assets. And I am just suggesting that I believe we would both be in complete agreement on the notion that going by your gut, going by your, I said Fox News, that's probably where the straw man came in. But going with your gut based on these stories that are clearly like twisted to favor your team, or perhaps to justify pushing federal like muscle into democratic led strongholds. We would see that as ridiculous, right? Like we would see that.
For anybody that wasn't Trump, yes. But it's Trump. I don't.
How does that make it any less ridiculous?
Because I think what it is in this might be wrong, so correct me. In your brain, Donald Trump is doing this all on purpose as strategic, calculated moves. And in my brain, he's just a narcissist. And I think that is why our Occam's razors are different.
I mean, I agree that he is a narcissist, but I give him more credit. My perception of his intelligence, I perceive him as being more intelligent now than I perceived him as being during his first term. Like, he's clearly not very in charge of his emotions, and I think that data point alone leads me to think, well, if you're not, if you don't have the sort of discipline to control yourself in a contentious interview, like you probably are not going to think very many moves ahead when it comes to strategy and Israel-Palestine, negotiation or economic trade policy or.
His lack of emotional control should be an impeachment for charge, in my opinion.
Yeah, as a nodding while drinking from a bottle. Yeah.
Shit. Yes, so I think
So-
all that emotionally control, the fact that is problematic for the most powerful person in the world.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I don't think that means that he's conspiring to go for a third term and take over the country.
Okay. And yeah, the fact that he hasn't ruled it out. The fact that I think the closest he came to ruling out is saying, well, I hear it's illegal or something, or I hear you're not supposed to do that or something. Because people want me to run. A lot of people want me to run the third term, and he's not like conclusively ruling it out, which.
The opposite. So I'm gonna have to figure out why he's because my perspective, he only says that jokingly, and that's hardly ever. Most of the evidence shows that he has been acknowledged that that's not
I guess the sort of evidence, the sort of like conclusive evidence that I would want to see is the kind that he's just never given on anything. Like stepping up on the mic and saying something like racism is evil and people who do it, including the Nazis and the white supremacists, or saying yes, or denouncing Putin, saying yes, he absolutely statement that we have not heard him make an indictment. And in neither of those cases, nor has he made it with regard to a pardoning of Ghislaine Maxwell or to pursuing a third term. So yeah, all that to say, you're right. I mean, he could. He hasn't said anything like conclusively one way or the other. I interpret his actions like some of his unprecedented actions in these democratic cities as being very worrisome, given the sort of what I see as weak justification for them.
I did do that actually.
It's okay. With memento as well. Trump is sending, help into, like, what their assessment of it, like, if they, are able to handle it, if they think, if in their, analysis and their assessment, National Guard troops would only, like, further muddy the waters and, like stir the pot. It would only cause more, potential for violence. Then I would go with their assessment. I would say that it is unlikely that, Donald Trump knows better about, what is needed law enforcement wise in their territory. So I don't know that, like, learning of these specific cases, would do much if it didn't change. I mean, but I do want to hear them. I do want to hear, like, what the sort of nature of this violence is, because I'm not seeing it on the fake news.
And I think I would again point us back to our discrepancy maybe in our view of Trump insofar as I'm viewing narcissistic or you're viewing an authoritarian, intelligent person. Narcissist.
I mean,
is not-
Porcano Stows.
Like also
Yeah.
narcissists aren't the same. All I've seen evidence of is narcissism, not the other stuff.
Okay. Sure.
When I'm looking at it, it's he's not breaking the law and he gets to flex his big boy muscles.
Okay.
That's kind of what I see it as. Should he take into account the fact that the people who are there are saying we will only make it worse? 1000%. If you're an actual leader of the country, you would do that. Because that's the whole point. But he is not an actual leader of the country. So I think he's just jerking off. And all of the ice agents that he's sending off are each individual little sperm spots. I'm gonna have to edit this whole thing out.
Please don't.
Whereas you see the early stages of authoritarian takeover.
Not even so early.
And so in my brain, this tiny bit of evidence is enough for his brain to justify flexing his big boy muscles.
I see. Okay, so I mean, you've offered a rationale, for like why Trump would make these decisions, but you yourself do not see these decisions as justified, correct?
I mean, I'm not in his situation and I don't know all the things, so I can't say that it isn't, but I don't think it's likely
Okay.
that they're actually legal there. But I do
Okay.
think he's not doing anything illegal. So, I mean, we can be irritated about it, sure, but don't take the bait.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, like, this could just be another, military parade, he wants everybody to see, all the military might that he has at his, behest on his birthday. And, maybe he just wants to, show all these Democratic strongholds what military might he has for, no reason except to,
Man threw a giant parade for the Army's 250th birthday. When was?
I mean,
I should have said that because I can't remember. Take that back, that was. Anyways.
anyways, yeah, no, I think there's, I think we're more or less on the same, page on maybe my regular network would be fixed by now, but no such luck. So I will have 4 recordings to splice together. Anyway.
So anyways, peaceful protest, Chicago did one, it was great. I do still think they should be allowed to do their jobs though, and free from, the harassment. And if the city is not willing to provide protection, I see that, if those are my facts, me as president, I might see that as a completely viable reason for sending these people. Now, me, an emotionally mature person who actually just wants to protect federal assets. Not intentional.
So, and this is putting aside how you or I may feel about the mission of ICE, about like Stephen Miller's kind of like ramping up of like enforcing a quota that incentivizes them to like go for like working maids and hairdressers and people that have never had a violent bone in their body.
Let's deal
like-
with one thing at a time. We can go to that and talk about that, but for right now, it's just, is this
Just
justified?
assume. Yeah, okay. I guess, and I would like to hear about these cases of violence against the ICE personnel and vehicles.
So in 2025, it's been a sharp, steep increase, which I think is kind of obvious considering all of the press and all of the things that they've been doing that are illegal, having separate consequences, etc.
Wait, all who's been doing this illegal?
ICE.
Oh, so you would agree that some things ICE has done has been illegal?
Oh yeah, there are definitely times where they are overstepping their bounds, and they should be
Okay.
punished for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. And so, alright, so, alright. But like, we're also putting aside, well, I don't know, do you think that, in that case, like, in the case of, like, actual, cases of ICE violating people's rights, I know we don't endorse violence of any kind, but does that make these acts, does that give them a different context, that might influence the decision of whether to deploy National Guard troops? Like, to me, I guess, yeah, I guess the analogy I thought of earlier is like, this seems like, so, deploying or like ramping up the ICE agents and giving them a higher quota to reach, that is going to incentivize them to go outside of normal means, and to even target people who are non-violent and have no criminal record except possibly coming into the country illegally, and like, it is kind of predictable that when you use these tactics, there's going to be pushback, and in some pockets of some of these huge metropolitan areas, that shit is going to get violent. Like the temperature will raise to a certain boiling point, and that is predictable. And so, like, deploying National Guard troops to quell that unrest that you have caused by the first action, it feels kind of like swallowing the spider to catch the fly. Like, you'd have been much better not swallowing the fly.
Yes. If they were prosecuting the individual people who are doing the wrong things, that would be
Christmas bonus.
But if it's like, hey, if you hit this target, you'll get a bonus. I see that as an okay thing to do, to have a quota and get a reward for it. The thing it's not okay to do are the means by which you meet that quota. So if an individual person decides it's okay to do these things, then they should be held responsible unless they've been told it's okay to do these things.
Yeah.
That's the case. We definitely need to know that because those people's gots to go.
So, I mean, I can't prove it, like, we haven't heard, we haven't been in the room where it happened, as it were, with regard to Stephen Miller, given the marching order to take off the gloves, if you will. But, yeah, I would bet that sort of conversation has been had. Maybe one of the lieutenants, I mean, this guy, Tom Homan, the, was he the National Homeland Security Advisor, something or other. He seems to be, like any of his interviews you hear, he's just like, very unsympathetic. Just Tom Homan. Yeah. He's the guy that was on Bill Maher, and that night it came to light that he was bribed by FBI officials before. When Trump was running for the second time, he was Tom Homan was in the running to be his homeland. I'm just gonna Google because I need to notice Tom Homan.
While you do that,
Yes, American law enforcement Trump designated him as border czar. He's border czar. But he was the one who was on Bill Maher, and the same night that he was on Bill Maher, the report broke that FBI agents had offered him a cash bribe for some influence over policy for when he became the border czar, which he accepted, at least on the tape. That scandal kind of went away, but does that ring a bell at all?
I think so, yes. To some degree.
We mentioned it briefly. Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about Tom Homan, but yeah, and I have to revisit some of the interviews I've seen to accurately steelman him. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut about him for now. I forgot what this tangent was in.
Oh, so, yeah, that's a question. Meeting quotas, you're sure
Quota's not
there
here.
was somebody got explicitly told to do it by whatever means necessary. You're sure that
Right.
was here?
I'm not, well, I believe, I would predict, I would bet that it happened.
Yes, you're saying the likelihood that it happened is probably pretty high. I'm saying, start prosecuting the individuals who are doing the wrong things, because if that's the case, I guarantee you they squeal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for the most part, they probably would.
So let us please eradicate this corruption if that is existing. We need to get on that. So what cities has the illegal activity been happening in? Those people's attorney generals need to subpoena these fuckers and say, who told you to do it this way? Why did you do it this way?
Yeah. And I think some cities have, let me, have list cities where ICE efforts U.S. cities have taken legal action regarding ICE agents' aggressive tactics as federal immigration enforcement is ramped up in 2025. Chicago city and village officials, civil rights organizations, and private citizens have initiated multiple legal measures in response to confrontational and aggressive ICE operations. Notably, officials in Broadview, Illinois, filed several criminal investigations against ICE agents and a federal lawsuit demanding the removal of a security fence erected outside a detention facility, arguing it created safety hazards. There's also been a ruling from a Chicago federal judge that ICE violated a standing consent decree by arresting at least 22 individuals without warrants. The order required ICE to lift release conditions for those individuals and deliver monthly reports on new warrantless arrests. Journalists, unions, and protesters have filed a high-profile lawsuit alleging a pattern of extreme brutality by ICE agents during demonstrations, charging that the government violated First Amendment rights, the Fourth Amendment's ban on excessive force and other protections, and class action litigation has challenged alleged abusive detention conditions at ICE facilities, as well as agency overreach and disregard for required warrant and probable cause standards, particularly in the Northern District of Illinois. So this is mostly in my neck of the woods. But yeah, sounds like they are fighting this legally and trying to hold these ICE agents accountable. I guess, yeah, that all they can do is like file a suit.
The judge orders them to stop doing it. All the things that are doing.
Yeah,
Of course,
as far as
obvious
squealing.
reason to make a statement saying we are going to make sure that the ICE agents do their job, but do it under the respectful guise of the Constitution, whatever.
Yeah.
Why haven't you done that actually? Like, doing that would like, you just splooge all over the place and check.
God, what is with here? You're like 17 years old today. I mean, making. Like, yes, I think you made the same point last time that all Trump has to do is get up on the mic and be like, look, this has gone too far. ICE, this is not at all what I had in mind. ICE agents got to, respect civil rights and respect, engage warrants and the need for certain procedures when it comes to detaining suspected illegal immigrants. Yep, just cool down the temperature. And he was given the perfect opportunity to make such a statement in that NBC News interview that we both watched. Perhaps you recall that his answer to that was like, no, actually, I don't think they've gone far enough. So I think perhaps the temperature is being set from the top, and that's why the Stephen Millers and lieutenants, the ICE lieutenants below him, are not scrambling to get up on the mic and say, let's tone it down a notch.
I don't understand how our fucking people, meaning anybody who elected, aren't clamoring to get him to stop doing this because, one, all of you together is way more powerful, I guess. But where's my tangent gonna go? It's probably down.
Hey, why not? That's who you are.
Here's the situation as I see it in my head from start to finish.
Hmm.
And the reason why we have this justice system as our process. Hey, don't hold that. Okay, so let's say that Stephen Miller pinned South Park. Have you seen the most?
Pins?
Have you seen the most recent episode of South Park?
Was it just, was it last week? especially when I saw them. So I remember very few things.
Anyways,
Yeah, I mean the family bonding, like, yeah, God, they were just like, making, making these Trump cabinet members look so incredibly foolish, and I love it so much. So,
no, sir.
bad taco.
Here's the process. Let us say that what happened was Donald Trump and Stephen Miller got into a room, and Donald Trump went, all right, we need to deport as many illegals as possible. I want you to make this happen. I want to be deporting 1 million people a week, whatever ridiculous thing he proposed. And Stephen Miller goes, well, I'll do my utmost best, Mr. President. And then, okay.
I guess the big man is back.
Okay, so then Stephen Miller goes to his micromanagers and he says, hit these targets. Here are your people. We're going to try to recruit some more people to get you more people to be able to hit these numbers. But in the meantime, do whatever you need to do to get these numbers. Oh no, it has to be more explicit than that. It has to be like, rough these people up, make a spectacle, make a scene, like make it apparent to every illegal immigrant in this country that we are coming for you, whatever it is, right? Those middle managers then go tell their little contingencies of people, and their little contingencies of people were just hired 6 weeks ago, so you know, okay.
Don't worry whether any of this is legal. We're telling you to do it, so go do it. And you get a bonus. Yay!
They go and do the things, and they rough up one of any of number of the examples that you would like to provide insert here. The only way our justice system works as intended is if those people are held accountable for what they've done that goes against the Constitution. Because every human, regardless of their status in the country, there are, I don't know if our Constitution specifies every human.
In what way?
Okay. Those people do whatever it is that they've done that's illegal or unseemly and unjust. Charges are brought against those individual people, and they're looking at hard jail time, like, for the rest of their life, maybe, or hefty fines that they definitely can't afford because they haven't taken these jobs, because they haven't taken this, etc. We get those people in rooms, and we say, so you did X, Y, and Z. You're going to jail for the rest of your life, unless someone told you to do it like this.
so boss, what was it you said you wanted us to do with these immigrants?
Now we're taking television, Jack Record. Basically, the whole process has to start with prosecuting those individuals so that we can get to the people who are doing the wrongdoing. I mean, they're still technically doing wrongdoing by doing what they're doing. I don't know.
But
Enough people anecdotally come forward to say this is how they interpreted it. I don't know. In the same way as January 6th, would that be something you could use as evidence? I don't know. But I feel like it should. I'm pretty sure it should. No, I'm not pretty sure. I think it should.
as in like something you could use as evidence against who? Oh, against the administration. You mean, right?
Against Stephen Miller or anybody. Because
Yeah.
maybe it didn't come from Stephen Miller, maybe it just came from the middle managers that Stephen Miller talked to. Those people are like, I get a bonus if you do this, so you guys do this thing. If that's the case, then yay, we have found the problem. If it's not, those
Okay.
people will say, well, Stephen Miller said X. Like,
Yeah, it could, in the case of things like January 6th, Trump has, well, this is my sort of like, my own characterization of his intentions, whatever, like, oh yeah, in the case of January 6th, Trump has pretty well insulated himself from any direct like orders to the Proud Boys to storm the Capitol, because he just like suggests that you should fight peacefully and patriotically, and fight like hell or you're not going to have a country anymore, etc. In certain context and with certain claims of a stolen election hanging in the air, but has there's a reason, as we've noted, that Jack Smith did not include the charge of incitement of violence in the indictment, because there's nothing that ties Donald Trump directly to this thing, and he's probably I don't know, maybe he's taught creepy Stephen Miller a few lessons about insulating himself, and he knows that he can get the sort of media spectacles that he wants to happen simply by giving these lieutenants a number and telling him you need to meet that quota, and then the hot-headed Alec Baldwins go out to their newly recruited staff and be like, put the coffee down. Coffee is for, what do you call it, ICE arresters or immigrant hoarders. I don't know. Whatever the ICE agent equivalent of a closer is when it comes to getting good numbers, and so it would be that Alec Baldwin ICE lieutenant who would be the one who intimidated his people into committing these acts of violence to get numbers that he was happy with, and he could get coffee at the next meeting. That he would be the one on trial, eventually be the one on trial that would perhaps try to dime out the guy above him, but there would be enough paper trail so he would go down.
Stephen Miller would just be like, I'm guilty, put me in jail, and Trump goes, you're free.
Really, Jess? You ready? You think he would do such a thing? I mean, when has he ever? Oh yeah, the chick.
In that column. I'm honestly surprised he hasn't pardoned Ghislaine Maxwell at this point.
That was gonna be my next political stuff thing. I feel like we've covered the Ice Cube thing to my satisfaction.
Oh, right, this all started with ice cubes.
information about Ghislaine Maxwell. Apparently, a whistleblower in the minimum security detention facility where she's being held is tired of being Ghislaine's bitch. Apparently, she's getting very five-star kind of room service treatment. Yes, like her meals are catered. She gets whatever she wants delivered right to her door. She gets to go out to the gym facility after hours when no one else is there. Like it's yeah. She's so there's and apparently she is currently so her official statement, which I think I want to know without coloring your opinion. I want to know your kind of what comes to mind with this statement. But she says she was asked about the application for a commutation of her sentence that she's making, and she says something like, "I just hope it all makes sense. There's so many attachments, but I am about to send it."
It all makes sense, there's so many attachments, like PDFs.
Well, perhaps they are PDFs. Yeah, perhaps they are PNGs. Perhaps they are JPEGs. It's really just well.
Why the amount of attachments? Is that what is emphasized here? Is that, I'm not, I don't understand why I should be irate at this, but I feel like maybe you're.
No.
I had no.
So like, well, the fake news media wasn't irate about that. But like, that's so like, that was a quote from her that popped up on screen. Like the fake news media hosts didn't like make any particular big deal about the reference to the word attachments or hope it all makes sense or whatever. They just like put it up as something that she had said. It was part of a story about her 5-star treatment and the fact that she is currently in the process of applying for a presidential pardon or commutation of her sentence. I'm not sure there's a difference.
There is. If you're pardoned,
oh.
it's stricken from your criminal record. It's commutation, it's time served. It's still on your record that you did this criminal activity.
I see. Thanks for clarifying. But I've wondered for a while what Trump really thinks of Ghislaine Maxwell at this point. Is she a friend that he wants to protect, or is she a liability in the same way that Jeff Epstein was? I mean, she clearly has the same knowledge that Jeff Epstein had that, presumably cost him his life. I wonder if Ghislaine is about to get Jeff Epstein. First of all, I guess that. Yeah, but like it sounds well, and I wonder. Well, I guess the dots for like how she ended up the only sex trafficking convict to end up in this Hilton of a low minimum security prison club fed, call it. Like that's pretty obvious because like she meets with Todd Blanche. She goes. Yeah. So like the way I interpret attachments is like, I've got so much hard evidence. Like, you don't even need to release the Epstein files. I can squeal like a pig anytime I want to. So maybe you should take that into consideration when it comes to my commutation request. And if I'm Trump, I'm thinking something about Ghislaine problem, eliminate. It was hard to make out.
So my question then would be, is the commutation of a sentence application something you can FOIA? Or is it,
What's FOIA?
Freedom of Information Act, is it something the public has access to? Or any
I would
other
guess. Oh, that's a good question, because like, maybe the fact that she is talking about how many attachments there are to this request, and she hasn't actually sent the application yet, like she's just made a statement about it, maybe that is the threat. Like, maybe you should go ahead and preemptively pardon me before I have the opportunity to send this out, because when I do, it is FOIA-able.
So we don't know if it actually has been made or not, the request.
Let me perplexity real quick. Has Ghislaine Maxwell officially applied for a commutation of her sentence? I should really put it is. Don't do that for me.
Well, I just,
medium-sized dog. I don't know dog breeds. Come on, Peters. Oh, there you are. Here, cute. I saw him that time.
Saw the taco?
Saw the taco, yes. That is, so is he a lab?
Retriever mix.
Yeah, I'm not good at dog breeds.
I was trying to
I noticed, yeah. But yeah, he's bigger than I thought.
Oh yeah. He's a big dog side though.
A dog-sized dog. I mean, according to Ron Swanson, anything under 30 pounds is a cat or something.
My dad's until he meets a tiny dog and calls him
Sailor is a little dog, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sailor's huge.
yeah, but I think
Maybe I'm
we were somewhere. We were at Grandma's house, and my cousins had brought their dogs, and one of them was this like cute tiny little thing. Took right to my father for some reason, and yeah, we took her back because how he uses that big.
Of course.
My dad's just a giant tiger.
I mean, he strikes me as a gentle giant type. I mean, if you don't get to the rank of Master Chief without doing your share of imposing. Command Master Chief. I mean, that's not a rank. Like the rank itself is Master Chief. Command Master Chief is the billet. It's like it's the position that he served in this command.
But it's still above Master Chief, technically.
No. Well, I mean, okay. And it's like it's a different sort of. Well, you can be like the only enlisted rank above Master Chief is Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy. I think the MCPON, which that's not what he was, but like a Command Master Chief, like that is the hierarchy within the base within the command, whereas the rank of Master Chief is his rank within the entire Navy.
I see. So, as a command Master Chief, there are no Master Chiefs that you are managing.
No, you are managing Master Chiefs. Like you are managing people of all ranks. Yeah, I mean he was above those. Like in the hierarchy of the command, he was above those Master Chiefs. Like
Outside of his command, he's not above those Master Chiefs.
no, like he would just be the same. I mean, in terms of like who you have to salute or who you have to defer to, in cases of pulling rank, he would be the same level as any other Master Chief outside of that command.
Okay, I gotcha.
As I understand. I mean, you can check this all with him, obviously.
I think that's I will look into that as an action.
But yeah, he was the top enlisted person on that base, for sure.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I'm equating it to like PhDs insisting they're called doctor. They are technically doctors. They do deserve that
Yeah.
title.
Yeah, but I have a certain just gut reaction to people who introduce themselves as doctor.
I feel like there should be a different name for those people. Just as like socially worshipable, but like
yourself as Dr. Bob. Yeah, I've made that mistake. Like, right, evolutionary biologist. I forget what he was. Oh, really? Huh. It makes sense given the work he did. God, that guy was such a dork. I know he was your choice. You liked him over Joy or Chandler. That's like just so insane to me. But a lot of your choices are good. You like the underdog though, like you know. Yeah.
Well, I related to his goofiness, and
Feel that?
yeah, exactly. And a lot of that maybe has to do with just David Schwimmer in general. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some aspect of it influencing it somehow, maybe. So, I'm not sure. Anyways.
Have you seen tangent? Have you seen anything else with David Schwimmer?
Not yet.
Okay. So you never saw the American Crime Story season that covered the OJ saga? He plays Robert Shapiro. Russ Geller, David Schwimmer plays lawyer Robert Shapiro, father of the Kardashians. Robert Kardashian, not Robert Shapiro. Robert Shapiro is the creator of Seinfeld, like I said. There's that reason. Or Larry David's the creator of Seinfeld. I think Robert Shapiro worked on the show. But yes, there was a Robert Kardashian. That is who was fucking OJ's lawyer. The villain of the story, just like interchangeable. Yeah, sorry. Yes. Yeah, I wonder, well, I mean, I don't know how true to life this depiction is, but he comes out a more or less good guy in the end. The David Schwimmer character.
Well, I picked right then. No, I have not yet seen it, but it's on my list simply because he's in it, and I like watching him do things. So it seems.
Oh, so you are aware of this?
I'm waiting for people to tell me it's worth the time to watch it.
Oh, well, it came out like 10 years ago.
Years ago, I hope this was recently. Maybe it's only been in my notes recently.
Huh.
Maybe it was like a
Well,
suggestion for you and not content.
Well, it's not murder porn. Like it doesn't. It's not. It doesn't depict any of the things. It's got Sarah Paulson. I would watch it with you. I would rewatch it this year.
Okay.
Series. Yeah, they did a great job. Cool. I'm gonna do it.
Well, I didn't hear it. Do you think the microphone picked it up? Hey, Jack Brett.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay, it's time, Jack Brett.
Was it like masturbation sounds or something?
No,
No, no.
Or not. Maybe it didn't spike the mic. Who knows? I didn't hear it through these, so. Okay. Yeah, put it on the list because I haven't seen it and I would like to. But I've only
Yes.
recently been aware of it. I think because of an algorithm type thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll put it on the one and done's.
Oh, is it a television series?
Television series, yes.
Okay.
American Crime Story. OJ. Ghislaine Maxwell, are you ready to get back into it? Sure.
Okay. Back to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay, so I asked the Perplexity if she had officially applied for a commutation. Ghislaine Maxwell has not yet officially submitted a completed commutation application, but she is actively preparing and in the process of seeking a commutation of her 20-year prison sentence, according to multiple recent news reports and whistleblower claims cited by House Democrats. That Democrat I know being Jamie Raskin wrote this story. Attorney knows between Maxwell and her legal team confirmed use of the subject line commutation application, and documentation shared with Congress indicates that prison officials have assisted her in copying and sending materials for this purpose. Copying and sending materials for this purpose. House Judiciary Democrats formally notified President Trump of her intent to request clemency and have demanded transparency regarding any such application and alleged preferential treatment she has received in prison. As of the latest updates, the formal application is not yet confirmed as submitted, but preparations are active and recognized by both prison staff and congressional oversight bodies.
So it could very
So,
well
wow, yes.
which, I mean, here's the thing. If you know what they did to Jeffrey, would you be that dumb?
Maybe this had something to do with her requesting the minimum security prison with no other violent offenders. Like, there's no one who would shiv her in the shower in this place, but there was in her old place. Like, she first played like she was gonna play ball. Like, she's playing Trump the way that, like, she knows how to by, like, saying, I'll say that you had nothing, that I never saw you do anything to a young girl, and I say that on record, and you put me in a minimum security prison, and then it's a done deal. I'll serve out my days from there and be happy. And now that she's gotten that, and this comes in the wake of, so, like, do you know that Trump has issued several other pardons this week?
Oh, this week?
Okay. This week.
I don't know if it's this week.
So, he had, like, yeah, this, even since the Binance guy that inflated his meme coin, he more recently gave a presidential pardon to everybody who had assisted in his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Like, even those in the Georgia Rico case, including like Sidney Powell and maybe that was last week. It was since our last meeting. You know what I mean by it happened this week.
Oh, got it.
But yeah, so those, so you all heard those, and this this latest news from Ghislaine Maxwell point, like, what's she gotta worry about at this point? So yeah, yeah, that'd be the smarter way to play it if you're doing in stages. Yeah, that would be the more plausible story, right? That would be believable that like someone sees this news story, the whistleblower says, you know, well, I mean, her fellow inmates know about the treatment she's getting, somebody's pissed off about that, you know, there's child, well, and Ghislaine's a child sex trafficker, we all know this, and she's the one, you know, getting freaking lobster tails and surf and turf, you know, dinners, like, I think, evil people deserve to die.
Here's an interesting thought, maybe, that my brain just
Please.
scratched. You know how, like, pedophiles who go to prison don't do very well because the men in there don't like pedophiles? Like, even they are
Mm-hmm.
utterly against.
Yeah, everybody's got their, yeah, the criminals have some kind of,
You
code.
would think a group of women would be far more intense about it if a woman
Yeah.
was in their midst who had child trafficked.
I mean, women are less violent in general. They're like less likely to, right? I mean, statistically, like not to like make a blanket statement about all women, but like they are less likely to commit an act of violence in any case, right?
I mean, sure, but if you're in prison, then you're one of the ones that doesn't necessarily apply to.
Maybe her old prison, not this one. This is white collar, cheated on your taxes prison.
Oh, everyone there is like that? Everyone who's getting this?
Everyone, and no one else is getting this treatment, but like the other folks there, like no one else but her is there for child sex trafficking.
Sure. I guess I just mean, like, even if you're. It doesn't. There's a cognitive dissonance over the fact that a group of women have not done more damage to a woman who child sex trafficked than men do to pedophiles when they get to prison. There's a cognitive dissonance there that I don't understand why
Hmm.
hasn't happened already.
You know, I get the question because, like, I mean, yeah, women in general being the ones more likely to empathize with the victims of sex trafficking would feel very emotionally about it. But I feel like sure, the size of their reaction to this monster in their midst is probably greater than in a male environment, but like I just don't I see them carrying it like just giving her the cold shoulder and acting very passive aggressive toward her, just doing like the female version of torture, nobody mutilating genitals. I just don't feel like in general girls don't have that in them. You don't hear about those cases of women cutting off each other's clits if they're in prison for sex trafficking. Sorry to put that visual in your mind.
Yeah, no, I don't see them mutilating her. I see them ending her life. Like, I'm surprised they
Oh.
haven't killed her.
Oh, really? Maybe, yeah. Maybe this was a multi-step plan for her to get out of the way of actual violent criminals. I'm sure surround myself by people who are just, you know, here serving 6 months for pummeled with bad
You
memories.
have to know that if you target her, or if you commute her sentence even, you
Yeah,
have to know
it's untenable.
to not end well with you. Or at least I think the odds are fairly fair.
I mean, and well, for anyone but Trump, I would say absolute suicide, right? But this is the guy who got away with grab him by the pussy. I mean, he's gotten away with pardoning so many other folks that committed violence in his name or committed illegal actions in his name. Like,
Yeah, but he's got away with all those things, but they still are up in arms about the Epstein thing. So like, it would make sense that this kind of thing would only further enfrenzy them. Is enfrenzy a word? It is now.
it is now. And
I would think. Who knows? Some alternate universes.
yes, and I think that is why, like, because of how enfrenzied his supporters, or like those on the right, would be by his commuting of Ghislaine Maxwell's sentence. Like, he knows that this is untenable for a man who lives and breathes his own coverage on the media. Uh, he knows that he simply cannot do this and survive politically. So I think maybe someone else is not going to survive literally.
We shall see. He's not in a great position.
No.
Assuming she has evidence that could incriminate him, he's not in a great position.
I mean, she's got, like, given that she has announced all these attachments, I'm guessing she has some plan. Like, if I disappear for any reason, I have this third party who will release all of these materials to the media.
That would be smart.
That's what I would do. Yeah. And she's probably seen True Detective, so she knows that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that only works if he's worried about what's in it, regardless of why he's worried about what's in it. So this would be interesting.
Yeah, and evidence indicates that, like, for some reason he is worried about what's in it, or he doesn't want it released, and yeah, presumably, I presume that he's afraid of something that isn't.
I just wonder if Biden was also afraid of what was in it and just didn't get any kind of scrutiny.
Maybe.
Very
I mean, he's certainly getting the scrutiny from us.
lot of apologists.
Right. I don't doubt it. I mean, yeah, I don't think Biden's, like, performance as a president, I don't see it as, I think it's well-meaning. He meant well for his entire tenure. I don't think he was, like, I don't think he ever actively rooted against the American people. I think he made every attempt to do right by the people who elected him. I think that he, in a Ruth Bader Ginsburg kind of way, he didn't know when to quit, and that has left us in the predicament that we are in. You know what?
It's an action item.
What?
That's a
Okay, cool. Fair enough.
I would also suggest that the fact that he decided to run again means he did not have our interests at heart. That would be my first piece of evidence. Exhibit A.
Sure. I mean, if we're in a court of law and we're arguing against this position, I would just say, like, well, he was the only one who had actually defeated Trump in an election before. It is not out of the realm of possibility that he, like, thought maybe he much in himself, and didn't see the writing on the wall when it came to his own cognitive decline. Or I don't know, like even if he did see the writing on the wall with regard to his cognitive decline, he felt like he was the only one who could win, and believing that a brain dead Biden was still better than a brain full Trump.
But it's just as dumb as saying the election was rigged with all the evidence against that particular claim.
Yeah, I guess I'm just still manning the Biden apologist position, which I do not take myself. We've had a little bit of the reefer. As am I.
So we were talking about compartments, we talked about Glenn Maxwell. We talked about Glenn Maxwell's submissions.
You can go up.
Any other Donald Trump related workplace that you want to discuss?
Did you see his message to air traffic controllers? So like the shutdown has ended, right? Or at least the Democrats. I mean, as most folks are putting it, the Democrats tucked tail and they just threw away all their efforts to force the continuation of ACA subsidies, but Trump, when after this deal was reached, or this tentative deal was reached in the Senate, Trump tweeted out some rant about how blessed are the air traffic controllers who kept coming to work and did their patriotic duty, and I will recommend bonuses for those people, but to those who decided to bow out because, oh, wow, I'm not getting a paycheck, even though you knew you were going to get back pay, I'm very disappointed and I do not appreciate that, and wham, oh, why did the man child? Paraphrasing, of course. Do you know about this?
No, I don't. You're paraphrasing. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I should get the exact language for you to, maybe that's important to this.
Read this, otherwise it's wrong.
True that. The wording of Trump's threat to air traffic controllers who called off work during the shutdown. All air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off for the Democratic shutdown hoax, I will recommend a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. He also warned that anyone who refused to return would be replaced by true patriots working on brand new state-of-the-art equipment.
So, if I understand this correctly, air traffic controllers were not furloughed, is that the right word?
it's like you're suspended, but you have a job waiting for you when this shutdown business ends, and you're free to like go do other thing, like to find other sources of income in that time. Air traffic controllers, they were required. I mean, like they're still scheduled to come to work because they are essential personnel, even though like there's no government to pay them, and they've gone at this point over 30 days without a paycheck. And so they've had like a lot of them have had to seek other avenues of income to put food on the table and pay mortgages and whatnot. Because air traffic controller, that's not an unprofessional. I mean, you have to like it is a very professional gig, and it's a very probably I don't know but because this is what they're good at, and I mean the same reason that like if there was a web developer strike and I had to go work at Joe's Crab Shack in the interim, I would still hope to take my position as a professional web developer, the thing that I've spent years becoming good at again.
Yes, but you aren't under contract to do the job anyways. That's
Me or the air traffic controllers.
sorry, just positive. You are not contractually obligated to work for what's the
Right, Wolfco or
you're not contractually obligated to work for Wolfco. So like you refusing to do that and going and or you refusing to say I'm not going to work. You're allowed to do that. Just you're fired, I guess, eventually, probably maybe. But you're not contractually obligated.
Yeah.
They are contractually
Right, yeah.
obligated to do this job. So for you to if you're calling out for legitimate reasons, sure. If you're calling out in protest or whatever, not great because lives are in jeopardy when you don't go to work. If your reason for calling out is I need a steady income, I understand that, but you don't call out, you quit. Like you quit your job to go find another thing, and that is the price that the air traffic controller at CC or whatever part of the government that is the price they are paying for this government shutdown. Is we are losing air traffic controllers. We can't force them legally to come to work or whatever it is. So like the government needs to face those consequences. You have to quit. You can't not show up.
Well, so like if these folks in an air traffic controller's position, the government is shut down, I am still required to come to work. There's not been a government shutdown in modern history that has lasted longer than one paycheck cycle. So I'm gonna step out in faith that I'll get back pay and that this money's coming back soon, and say I've got a steady gig for when there is not a emotionally immature man at the helm. So like I imagine my tenure as an air traffic controller will last many more presidencies to come, as it has survived many presidencies up till this point. Am I really going to quit my job when statistically, like when history indicates that the government shutdown will not last long enough for me to have to worry about putting food on the
You
table?
need to do your job. You're an essential personnel. You have
And
to do your job.
And then, but then when the government, and then, but then when like the government shutdown does last, those paychecks without a paycheck, or 2 paycheck cycles without a paycheck, and I can no longer feed my family.
You can get
Does,
another job, you just can't not show up to the one you've got. There are plenty of people in this country who work 2 to 3 jobs. And we look at that.
So a person should, yes, absolutely true. But like an air traffic controller, what would you consider the sort of thing that they are responsible for? Do you really want them sleep deprived from their moonlighting shift at Carl's Jr.? And like, do you think they've been briefed on like not coming to work, firing, not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and firing on any less than 8 cylinders? Like, do you think that they would consider it responsible to moonlight to feed their families and still do their job as an air traffic controller?
If they're doing that, that's irresponsible, obviously. Like, lives are at stake.
So they should,
You can't.
they should quit.
Should quit. Or find a different way. Like, the government could very well and should probably say, hey, for all the people not collecting a paycheck who are going to be getting back pay, we, contact all the people that you owe money to and, we'll make sure they allow you to push this bill or whatever it is. Your electricity's not gonna get cut off, your water's not gonna get cut off, whatever it is. That I think might be a good enough incentive for them to not show up maybe. They're not doing that, they should do that.
Something.
Precedent.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you are not. Somebody, well, I guess just a mop with a bucket for the head would be preferable to the current commander in chief as I see it. But you would be even. But not that. There are some clear issues in the upper room there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you do the job, but you know the rest of stuff. And that, one of those risks has arrived, doesn't absolve you of having to do your job. Now, Trump just saying we'll hire is a ridiculous statement because you would be just doing that right now. You would be firing those people and hiring these. But obviously, to train their traffic controller, it's not some VA course and a video. It's great.
Yeah. You're gonna like a brain drain is a bad thing for an airport or a service like air traffic control, because you want senior people, you want people who've done this a long time, and that junior people can ask questions to. Like, I guess like I think of it as every employer I've ever had. If there's ever a reason that they've had to deliver by paycheck, even 30 minutes behind schedule, they felt a need to explain it, to justify it, to apologize for it. Yeah. So like, why this very crucial service and the people who are good at it would not be offered that same dignity? Was it?
They haven't.
Because of Trump's tweet, which I just read for you in Metropia's voice. Yeah, I guess like if the president of the United States is shitting all over me for like calling out sick so that I could put some food on the table, I'd be pissed.
And this is one of those
I
situations.
feel disrespected.
This is one of those situations where the celestial being inside of me, wearing my heart on her sleeve, absolutely agrees. And meat sack floating on a rock that uses resources to survive disagrees.
The utilitarian. Yeah.
And I wonder how we marry the two, because if we don't hold you to account for the promises you made to society by picking the job you picked, are we civilized? Like, no, that's too far. But you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that. I really worded that. I really use that. The celestial being, the higher minded part of Steve. Yes.
certainly there are charities that can come together to feed these people's families, if that's the case. There are gotta be churches and donations and whatever. There's no way you're not gonna be able to feed your family. So, do your job. Because
But in the same way that
it's not just about, you know, if you don't do your job and there's a blockage up at the airport, oh no, people won't be able to go on vacation. No, they also won't be able to go to funerals or reunions or see their parent before they die or whatever it is. You are preventing those things from happening. And so I understand the grumpiness of the collective society. You chose a job where you were contractually obligated to do it, whether or not you're receiving a paycheck. And
are you? Is that? I'm sorry. I mean, I doubt that that's part of the contract they signed. I doubt that's the expectation that they have as an air traffic controller, mainly because of history. Like, there has not been a president who was leveraged the removal of an ACA. Who was like, there has not been a Congress who has so eagerly fallen in line for a president who wishes to do away with his arch rival's legacy of the ACA. So we do not expect a government shutdown if it occurs, which it generally doesn't. We don't expect it to last longer than one paycheck cycle, and so like I don't think that it's a reasonable that like every air traffic controller knows the risks, as it were, when they sign the contract. They think of this as a very low risk, low probability scenario that they don't really have to plan for. I don't know. Benefit of the doubt.
I just feel like if you're if you have what is designated as an essential government job, that must be part of the training that you receive is, hey, Congress controls the purse strings. If they don't figure it out by X day, they're gonna shut shit down. That means you'll go without a paycheck or whatever. Like, it would be asinine to me that this was not being clear to them. It's and I could definitely be wrong. Following action item, we'll look that up. Are they aware of the risks they take when they agree to the job? Or is there going to be?
I mean, that seems a little bit abstract, yeah. Like it's so case by case as to like whether you read the service terms agreement for your new iOS device.
Well, no, because there's a difference between clicking I agree and you never read the thing than someone explicitly tells you these things, or like these are in the manual of the things you are supposed to read in order to do your job.
Yeah. Yeah. And you would think like if this is a thing that they should be prepared to endure. I don't know, I guess I feel like there'd be a better plan for that. Like, in the event of a government shutdown, we still need the planes to fly. People still, people die, and we need to make their funerals. Like, demonstrated that yet. Like we've demonstrated that they have a need to, they have priorities, and sometimes those priorities include feeding your family before directing traffic in the air.
And I believe this is why it's so very clear that we should privatize the air traffic controller industry. Because if those are not government
Okay.
jobs, then this cannot happen.
If it is not a, if like it's not government regulated, does that mean each individual private air traffic control company has their own protocol, or do they all have one that they still have to abide by?
I'm pretty sure there's like a organization they all belong to that's private, like kind of like the NFL, but for air traffic, maybe. I'll ask my
Like
friends.
the federal aviators?
Yeah, something like that.
Yes,
Like,
you would know.
they lay down guidelines. These are the guidelines everyone must follow. So you know, if you have X number of planes on a runway at this airport, then you need X number of air traffic controllers that you have to hire to run those planes on at that airport or something. Yes, that's going to mean the price of air tickets go up. It is. But unless you would like to contribute to charity for these people so that they don't have the excuse, I need to feed my family. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. To me, it's just like, as a web developer, as somebody who has worked hard on my skill set and, commands a high salary for it, like, these air traffic controllers are no less professional, and I just don't see, like, in the same way that I would not, I would feel disrespected if I was put in a position where I had to go to charity, where I had to rely on some act of charity from general community group to keep my family fed, when I should just be rewarded for the professional service that I provide.
But this is a unique scenario, right? So if maybe what we should be arguing is whether or not air traffic controllers should be considered essential personnel. Because when you have a country with the amenities that they do,
I think humans are bad with money pretty much across the board, right?
We're going to assume that we're not talking about people without children, right? I assume you're talking about air traffic controllers who literally have children they need to feed in this whole, but I need to feed my family scenario, right?
No, I mean, like, you could also be worried about feeding yourself. You could live paycheck to paycheck and you've never expected to go this long without money, and so you have to like moonlight. You have to take another job, and that's going to you don't buy that. You just don't buy that.
There are other ways that you can feed yourself. It's not like the world is going to collapse in 2 months of you not having a paycheck. We know this because COVID happened, and several people didn't have anything. So like there are, well, that's probably a terrible analogy.
There was a paycheck protection. I mean, there was a paycheck protection program that they put in effect almost immediately. Like they made sure they did everything they could to make sure that everyone had
That private companies have paychecks?
food. But yeah, I remember that. I mean, that's how Richter Studios survived too, right? With the paycheck protection
Oh,
program.
the loans you don't have to pay back that screwed up the economy? Nope, that's true.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the program. Hang on, I gotta pull something out. I gotta. disagreement if I'll just summarize it. If I'm an air traffic controller paid by the government, an essential personnel, I mean, which an air traffic controller, like I cannot imagine a more essential personnel if we, in a world where there's so many flights that happen every day and are essential for us getting from A to B. If I am to take this job, if I'm, it comes with a built-in understanding that government shutdowns are a thing, and like, given that there's no, well, given that like I am a government employee, I have to expect that there's a scenario where I might have to work for a while without a paycheck. And when my next paycheck will arrive will depend on the ability of our elected Congress people to agree on something in a large enough majority. And in that, so like I should know that that is the case, and trust that I will be compensated for all the work that I do whilst not receiving a paycheck, and I should make a plan for this scenario, because Trump just got elected, and what better time to plan for the most unprecedented of things than now. So I should have.
It's not unprecedented, it's happened before. Not often, but it has happened. So it's not like you didn't have a warning that it might happen again.
Okay, yeah, not unprecedented. Unprecedented at this length, though. This is literally the longest one.
It is the longest one ever, but for like a few days, right? Like, not, there have been times before where they almost didn't get a paycheck, right?
Only in Trump's first term, I think. But yeah, so like to that point though, like Trump just got elected again, so we have to brace ourselves for the worst, for like an even longer possible government shutdown this time, because he seems twice as bad the second time around. So like I, as an air traffic controller, should accept this job knowing that I should have a buffer of who knows, let's just say 6 years, or no, what's a presidential term? At least 4 years worth of back pay, just like paychecks saved up in case I have to go 4 years of a bad president's term without a paycheck. I'm not properly steel manning your argument. That was my intention, was to steel man you, and I'm venturing into not positive language here.
Coming on some flammable territory over here.
Ain't no one trying to start no fires. They've always been burning since the world's been turning.
I read a post from some Instagram person or something that I follow that was like, we could rewrite that whole song with something from Epic from 2020.
Oh, I want to try and do that.
But because it's true. Yes, you must do this, Jack. Get on top of that.
Oh my god, the ideas are already that could be our theme. As long as they don't use enough of it to violate copyright. Actually, I think parodies are covered under fair use. I mean, Weird Al has preferred to get the artist's permission, just because he would prefer they be in on the joke, but fuck Billy Joel. No, I like
Why?
this. No, yeah, no reason. I like this. No. I got nothing but love for my boy. accepting this job. I should have some built-in, reserve of a few months' salary to offset into, continue performing my crucial duty. That is just the oath that we take as an air traffic, as part of the air traffic controller pledge, and I wouldn't be much of an air traffic controller if I did not make sure that these flights, make sure I did everything I could to make sure these flights go off without an hitch. If the Congress seems slow or seems reluctant to come to a compromise about a spending bill, and my wife just got diagnosed with cancer, which I just realized we're on a substandard health plan because we rely on ACA subsidies, which are in jeopardy now because of this proposed spending bill. I should still show up to work instead of finding a way to make a lot of money really fast for my wife's treatment. Because some people have even worse cancer, and they have to get to their oncologist who might live in another state. And the only way they can do that is through air travel, and I am the only one, and I am qualified to get them there. So it's really not a matter of me saving my own wife's life, but my participating in the saving of the greater number of people from cancer statistically.
Sure, yeah, or among many other things. The whole point is it sad that you, first of all, that your argument is that you can't feed your family? I don't
What a poor person argument to make.
I don't want to step my nose at that, right? But your controller chances are you make a lot of money, right? You're intelligent, you have a lot of skill, you make a decent paycheck. If you have a family, the likelihood that the other person has a job is pretty high too, just because of how much everything costs. If you are actually in dire straits, you
place my brain goes to it is like if we are going to label this profession essential, that should come with, you know, a guarantee of sorts that you'll be made whole.
That guarantee already exists.
Not really though. Just because just because we don't know if the government shutdown would ever end. Like who knew the Democrats would choose today to tuck tail and run, or who knows whether the Republicans ever would have come over, like a few of them would have come over to continue the ACA subsidies, and the shutdown would have just continued indefinitely until they ran out of food and money. Like maybe the label of essential personnel should like just come with a guarantee that you will always receive a steady paycheck for as long as you're providing essential services. That doesn't seem, I mean, like psychologically that would be so good for them, so good for me as someone who is signing up to be an essential worker. Like just the guarantee that I will always have a steady paycheck. That I will be recognized for my essentiality.
If the government is shut down for so long that you are legitimately struggling to feed your family, I would say you probably have bigger problems because all of America has bigger problems. Like what that would do to our society is so much worse than the risk you are taking by agreeing to this contract, I think, in my opinion. I
Maybe
don't
one of these
know, obviously, because it's never happened. Maybe that's how America devolves into, I don't know what it is that, I don't know what we're gonna happen next.
That's all crazy. I guess, yeah, I just think,
I get that a guarantee would be nice, but because your paycheck is provided by us, the taxpayer, if Congress doesn't do their job, they can't pay you. They don't have our money to do the payment with. So that is what you're. Don't be an air traffic controller if you aren't prepared for that kind of thing, I guess.
I just think of that sort of world, like that policy does not guarantee us the top quality of air travel.
That's a good point. Kind of, but nope. That is a tangent. Way too far, just for my memory for later. Universal Medicaid. Okay. Medicaid.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. It's an interesting point you bring up. I don't know why essential personnel wouldn't get paid. Necessarily, because like, couldn't they essentially take out a loan, and that's basically it, them getting paid anyways. Like, I'd have to look that up because it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like when, to your point, like, if you can't afford to miss out on a few paychecks, you probably have bigger shit going on. Like, one of the things that might be bigger shit that they have going on is a family emergency. You know, like, who knows what any individual has. It's like, I just feel like if I, as a web developer, have the dignity of not having to work my ass off for no pay, that like even essential workers, that there should be some built-in way to keep them whole while they're performing essential duties without having to rely on charity.
I mean, I don't understand why charity isn't a bad thing to rely on. It's not.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing to rely on. I just think that like nobody who performs essential duties for 8 hours every day should market, so like there should be some sort of safety net for those people that get sort of like priced out of the current market, like but I think like that should be the people who are out of work, the people who's like the truck drivers in the age of like a takeover by autonomous vehicles. Like there should be something to keep them fed, and it will like yeah they will not be the my point being like they will be priced out of the job market. They will not be able to work. They will not be able to do the thing that they have trained their whole lives to do. And so they would be the recipients of charity, and I don't consider that necessarily a bad thing. But if you are not, if your job is still very much crucial and your skill set is very much in demand, it seems to make zero sense to me that you would have to rely on charity. To say nothing pejorative about charity, just like why should you have to rely on it if you're working your ass off?
No one should have to rely on it. Full stop. No one should have to rely on charity. It's just that that's the whole point of community charity. Your community, your immediate community bands together to help you specifically as an individual in this particular circumstance. That's what communities are supposed to do. I don't think well again, I'm gonna have to look up the whole like process of this whole thing because in my mind this is when you were in the Navy, you were stationed to watch something and you didn't show up, consequences would happen, yes?
Yeah.
And let's assume that whatever you were in charge of watching, something bad happened. It's your fault, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Because
That's how it would go down.
told our society this is a job that you will do, you're volunteering to do the thing, and whatever.
For this amount of dollars per month, yes.
Yes, sure. But if you're so you can't go that dramatic because again, air traffic control is just a giant inconvenience, or it can be seen as just a giant inconvenience. So like when people have to wait longer on the tarmac or whatever. Honestly, what how much responsibility do airlines bear for this kind of problem too though? Because why are you scheduling things when there aren't air traffic controllers? I don't know. Lots of planes have been canceled and people are pissed about that. And the reasons people need to get to wherever they need to go might be more important, might need to rely on you having of the contract you signed with the American people when you chose an essential government job. Is my only point, I think. I don't think they should have to rely on charity. I think they could rely on charity. I think there's a number of avenues they could go down. I think this might be also another thing we just have to look at when we get into the like budgetary things. As I have stated time and again, is and should be, in my opinion,
to prosecute abuse of power. Because they're not supposed to be, you're supposed to apply the letter of the law without bias, and so if it's somebody you just don't like personally, that is a pretty clear bias that I think should be held accountable.
And I may have to curb my very first order to the IRS as president, which is to audit every single person who's worth X amount of money more now than they were when they entered office. Audit every one of them fuckers.
I mean, that's not exactly you having a personal beef with them. That's you like saying, here's a formula for rooting out government corruption. I want you to indict people who, for whom this algorithm, for whom the result comes out positive.
Yeah, I can't just be Nancy Pelosi. I can't just investigate.
Oh, no, no, no.
That's the project.
But,
Shit needs to get sorted.
yes. And I cannot imagine a worse batch of elected leaders to get the job done, so, yeah, that's fine.
Worst batch ever.
Worst ever. Yeah,
Hashtag wipe the slate.
yeah. I feel like we came up with some yeah, we've been looking for a hashtag for this for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. Needs to be a movement. With a leader, or it's not gonna go anywhere, like most things.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah, we hadn't discussed that Zoran Mamdani won. I mean, we
That's
speculated on. I mean, we pretty much knew it was gonna happen, right? Like, he was polling quite a bit higher than Cleveland.
Yeah, the likelihood was there. I will start off the Mamdani talk by saying, I don't think people should be spreading, well, I don't think people should be spreading misinformation in general, but don't fearmonger using his religion.
Yeah, I totally agree there.
Yeah, don't fearmonger.
Like his
What?
political ideology, sure, because that's relevant to you, but like, let's, you know, let's call it his political.
Yeah, that's first of all. Second of all, I'm, as a person who feels like the federal government shouldn't have nearly as much power as it does, and the states should be far more in charge of way more things, and thusly cities and etc. I'm eager for this experiment. I don't know how he plans to accomplish many of the things, like, I'm not even confident the mayor has the ability to do half the things he's saying he's gonna do, but I haven't looked into it.
I mean, that's every politician who's ever run a campaign in history, right? But of course, you don't have the power to do all the things you're promising on the campaign trail.
Yes, I don't know. So, it's gonna be interesting.
Mamdani Swift 2028.
No, I will not.
I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see if his policies actually prove beneficial to the great state of, great city of New York City.
Yeah. Yep. We'll see if the people who are paying most of the taxes in New York City decide to move out of New York City.
And free up all those apartments that we have.
All those apartments.
I mean, isn't that the biggest, problem in New York City is lack of, available rental space, and so like, if there was a mass exodus from NYC due to, rich people being taxed more, would that make housing much more affordable overall because so many units would open up?
But the units would still be expensive to own.
But not as expensive because they weren't as high demand.
I mean, I think they would eventually have to lower the price if nobody's willing to pay that to live in New York, yes. But I don't know if that would move the needle on the price of regular people living there. I'll have to look into that. Because the threat, if you're going to threaten to be the same as this happens, everyone knows the threat was a lot. And you weren't
Like everyone knew, who's gonna move to Canada with Trump,
yeah.
and I'm sure some more. Yeah.
I'm interested to see how it goes.
Good.
I hear for a lot of people that aren't as affluent in New York City.
Yep.
And I hope it does not look really good. I just don't think I have very much. I'm just not going to Canada.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, historically, these sort of policies that, sort of Mamdani has proposed have, not been successful. Like, but again, you wouldn't have as much, power to change the whole, like, structure of how, he can't, like, just change the entire city just to socialists because he's the mayor. He can affect certain socialist policies that will have, it will impact some people, some groups, more than others, and just see what sort of, political battles ensue.
To remind myself, check in on Donnie's situation in 2 years.
So my prediction, I don't know if this is racist to say, cause like they are not the same ethnicity, Mamdani and Lin-Manuel Miranda, but I just think they look so much similar that but to me, I feel like, Lin-Manuel Miranda would be a SNL version of Mamdani, so like if he won the election, I was gonna predict that he would, portray him in an SNL skit or something.
Yeah, that would actually make a lot of sense.
Especially since he's like a disruptor of a politician in the same way that Hamilton was. I mean, maybe not the same way Hamilton was. Hamilton was a genius and enormously influential figure. This guy could be very important and bad. Something that, tried to failed experiments and, I'm not subject so that we can prep for next time?
Certainly. And a text from the Mormons.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, what did they say? Or just,
Sorry for the late text, but are you guys in need of any service for this week? Like, for you to come pray with me? Like, is it not clear? Is it not clear that I'm not the church people?
how did they get your number? Have you had this same number while you were Mormon?
Oh yeah, I've had this number since.
I guess why would they have, once you get that number, why ever do that? Yeah, absolutely. So, I bet you have so much stamp. But, yeah, why would sister such and such think that you were still a sister?
So, thing I wrote down to talk about, other than Nancy Mace tripling down on this whole airport shenanigans. Is that they, so because her electric bills are
try and find a solution for transcripting. Like I want to have bona fide, like good transcripts for all of us. And I think AWS might have an AI solution that I can use like to train it on our voices and our general vernacular to where like it would do a better job with when I upload a. Yeah, I mean I've tried a few different like transcripting sources, and there's one called Cast Magic that is very good, like that had the most accuracy from that. So I think I can, but it's expensive. So I think I can, like I can use my 1 month membership of that to like get enough material to train the AWS. Um, yes. Yeah, yeah. I'm just basically experimenting with a bunch of different solutions because like ultimately I want a some kind of host platform where we can upload an episode, it'll automatically do the transcript, and it'll embed, it'll do this like machine learning thing where it embeds all of where it saves vector representations of all our conversations, which can be searched via what some pretentious term called cosine similarity, where we can just like enter a phrase and it will get everything from our chat history that is even remotely like that has a high similarity score with the thing that we are searching for. Yeah. So yeah, that's hopefully yeah. I mean, hopefully I haven't like gotten too much confidence that I won't. Yeah, I would continue this effort. It's only in the early stages. I'm like, yeah. I look forward to proving that this is a worthwhile endeavor.
I mean, the more you commit to it, the more I do. It's one of those like, I want to make sure I'm not the reason I want to list out.
I know exactly what you mean though, because like the more enthusiasm you show, the more I show, and it's like yeah, I like that we are both still committed to the project, because we've like think of all the projects we have tried to like start together over the years, and this is the one that has caught the most steam, so let us run with it as long as we can.
We still can't end things. So the thing is, well, I just talked about how we don't
all of a sudden, I said to myself, is everything in society explainable in this way? And then I realized, oh my gosh, if it is, then our entire moral code has to shift. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. And I got Chuck Nice with me. Chuck, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Neil. Thanks for asking.
Okay, Chuck Nice, a professional stand-up comedian, an actor. Here's a subject we haven't yet tackled.
Okay.
It's the subject of free will.
Yes.
It came up in the edges of
Yeah, I was gonna say we've tinkered around the edges.
the edge and come to
Couple conversations with Brian Greene, couple conversations with Heather Berlin, a couple neuroscience conversations that
we got another neuroscientist here, Robert Sapolsky, a neuroscientist, biologist. He's a professor of biology, neurology, and neuroscience, and neurosurgery. Well, can you be any more neuro than
I think that's all the neuros. I think that's all the neuros.
or neurotic? That's the one. At Stanford University, best-selling author of 8 books. Right, I have one in my hand right now. Came out just months ago. Determined: The Science of Life Without Free Will. And that's going to be a major subject of our conversation today. Welcome to the show, Rob.
Thanks for having me on.
But before we continue here, let me just tell our audience, you captured so much of this life's profile in a memoir that you wrote. Just tell us briefly about your memoir. Then we're going to pick up the free will discussion.
Oh, sort of one of my not even marginally scientific books that I cranked out. It's called Primate's Memoir, and basically just stories of the 30-odd years hanging out with both the baboons, but sort of places there in East Africa. I was there for one coup attempt. I was there for one civil war. It was so, an interesting, colorful place to be. A kid from Brooklyn who knows nothing about the outside world. So that was a fun thing to write.
Well, I'm glad you documented that, because if it's a story that others will never have or can't even imagine, that's got to be in print somewhere so that we can act with it. Yeah. So tell me, so this is a fascinating birthplace for the ideas that maybe we're not entirely in control of our own behavior. So how did this rise up to become your central focus, when thinking about free will?
Well, actually, just to undo all of that, I already didn't believe in free will. I was 14 when I had this incredibly epiphanal night where I suddenly decided there's no free will. I also, as I was at it, I decided there's no God and there's no purpose. This is just being trapped in a different universe. It was interesting stuff going on the days
Well,
before.
were there mushrooms involved in this?
No, but there was religious trauma instead, which I think is a much more effective way of messing with your head. So it was a wonderful sort of clarity of, oh, I
You
get
gave
it.
it nihilism, I think that,
Yes.
when that word applies, nihilism.
So I have not believed in free will since then. So all baboon ecological physiology and all rat, monkey, mice neuroscience did was just add more factoids to we're just machines, we're biological machines.
All right, so give us the central points of your thesis then. You can't just say, well, I don't think we're the free will anymore. Give me some foundations for this.
Well, it's this basic deal where like somebody does something and you wonder like why that happened, why they did what they just did. And like if you want to unpack it, part of the answer to that is because this was going on, this part of the brain a second before, while this part of the brain was silent, or letting the guy walk versus sending him back for more jail. And the single best predictor was how many hours it had been since the judge had eaten the meal.
Uh, I thought it was definitely how black the guy was then.
Oh, well, that's after we then get over the one that explains about 99% of the variability. Once that's sorted out, the other extraneous.
Another variance in the what's that? Okay. So that's shocking and disturbing to simultaneously.
Yeah.
And so the judge, presumably the judge is thinking the judge is making the right decision in that moment. But in fact, they don't even know. They don't even know
Any
where.
influence.
Because they can't even, if you were, maybe you could correct for it.
By the way, that got challenged for its statistics, and they responded adequately, and it's solid science, and it's been replicated. Do not go and apply for a home loan in a bank if the person you're talking to hasn't eaten for 4 hours. Other versions of that. Interestingly, the more hours a medical resident has gone without sleeping, if they're white, the more implicit bias they show on tests by the end of their sleep-deprived lunatic work period. So yeah, that's what's up with the judges. All sorts of stuff like that. Mild effects, these are not, but they're just part of this picture of stuff going on underneath the surface. So that's like how many hours it's been since you've eaten. But then you got to figure like what have hormones been doing in the last 24 hours, because they're marinating your brain and having influences. And then you got to figure what have the recent months, years, decades been like. Did you get traumatized? Did you find God? Did you find love? Did you lose either? What? Because that changes the brain.
And by the way, the food thing, that became an entire commercial line for Snickers candy bar. Yeah, really? Are you hangry? Hangry.
Oh, what a great. And the most amazing thing is it makes sense. Like, blood glucose levels are low when you haven't eaten, and it turns out
So one guy's just grabby, they're all in a car on a road trip, and one guy's just completely crabby. And actually, it's usually some other famously crabby famous person, right? So, and that's who they turn into. And then they give it a Snickers bar, and then they're back to themselves.
that's finally science influencing commercial America. So recently, and it makes perfect. You're looking at this guy. He looks nothing like you. He's got a background that has nothing in common with you, and you're deciding is this a person who has reformed, and it takes some work to see the world from this person's perspective. It takes some work to try to think about how they turned out to be different from who you are. It takes work, brain work, and the most expensive part of your brain is the one that you're working at that point. And if your glucose levels are low in your bloodstream, what the hell? Let's just go with an easy answer. It's very mechanistic, and it's exactly what you say. You simply judge that at that point. You say, oh, that's really interesting. Remember, just after lunch, you curled this guy, and this guy just now did the same thing, and you set him back for another 50 years in jail. What's up with that? And they'll quote freshman year philosophy. They're not going to say, oh, because I was mildly hypoglycemic, my frontal cortex was delusional.
Delusional in your own intent. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So the big takeaway here is if you are ever before any judge, make sure that you offer them cookies.
Exactly. And the other advice is find a way to mention that it's your birthday. There's even been a study showing judges give slightly shorter sentences if they're where it's the defense, not if yesterday was or tomorrow was.
It's going to be the
Terrible social conflict. Conflict number one, we need to protect society from dangerous, rapacious people. Conflict number two, be nice to people on their birthday. And somehow it balances out, and you get a slightly shorter sentence.
By the way, I fully embrace everything you've said, and I've done some recent amateur thinking about free will, and I want to share some of those ideas with you. But they will fully resonate with everything you've said thus far. But I have to bring in sort of the physicist's perspective of free will, where if every action has a preceding action to it, you just take that all the way back. So it's no longer in your consciousness, right? And then somebody set those series of synaptic trips in sequence So the physicists' cause and effect argument. How does what you say dovetail with that, or are you saying something slightly different philosophically?
Actually, very similar. Behavioral sciences, biology, whatever, discovered this major discovery recently, by which I mean somewhere in the last couple of centuries, which is something happened because of what came just before that, and that happened because of what just that whole deal. I freak out when we've gotten anywhere near the Big Bang because I understand zero about that, but at the very least, how do you turn out to evolve into the sort of species you are? Yeah, you look at everything and it had a deterministic root.
Yeah, but okay. So there is the physics, physiology, philosophical argument that you just gave, and I don't think there's a good argument against it. And let me just expand a little bit for those catching up. The concept of chaos is not just disorder, right? There's certain chaotic systems where you set them into motion with certain initial conditions, and you'll get a result, and it's a repeatable result with causes and effects determined from start to finish. However, if the system is truly chaotic, an arbitrarily small shift from those initial conditions can produce an infinitely different result at the other end. And so what it means is you can't realistically predict a future based on these starting parameters you give because of how sensitive the future is to those starting parameters. So
like a hurricane.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a hurricane.
It's like that. And it's like a butterfly. You can't really predict weather more than like a week in advance. It goes completely chaotic. So all they can do with the hurricane is give what the models all say, and you pick the middle one and work it from there. But every day you get closer to that, the models converge because it's less chaotic. So my question back to you, which you've surely gotten this before, is okay, philosophically you can say what you did was predetermined, but the way we experience life, we feel we have free will, and isn't that good enough?
No, and not only is it good enough scientifically, it's an awful thing for how life is for lots of people to believe in free will that isn't there, because you give somebody a sense that they had control over how things turned out. Forget predicting the future.
It changes society.
It justifies an awful lot. Well, put it this way: once you buy into my deal that there's no free will, and when you look at all the biological stuff going on, from like when you were a single fertilized egg cell and everything thereafter, when you look at all that stuff, there's
That's the beginning right there. It's when you were born. No, you were born.
Yes, that actually has a huge influence on stuff. When you look, there's not a crack anywhere in that edifice. Something that is completely free of the last centuries of science and how we understand the world to work. So that's great. If you buy into that, you suddenly realize there's something very wrong in that we run the world on the notion that it's okay to treat some people way better than average for things they have nothing to do with, and other people way worse than average for things they have nothing to do with, and then slather on nonsense about this being a just world afterward. And what getting rid of the notion of free will is about is saying, actually, that's stuff you have no control over. Ooh, I have no idea.
It's not just an academic point, is what you're saying. To be
Not
debated
the slightest.
in journals, it has very real consequences in our social cultural fabric.
Hello, Star Talkers. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your host of the Star Talk podcast. I'm here to announce that we just opened a brand new channel on YouTube called Star Talk Plus. And that's where we're going to bring all kinds of innovative content that doesn't quite fit on our flagship channel, but then will involve experiments in what we create, what your reaction might be to what we create. And it's going to be our sprinklers, as it were, to borrow the term from aerospace. So I look forward to sharing all this new content with you. Check it out.
get what you're saying, and I agree with it. I'm not sure if I'm completely there with the total no free will, just being honest. And so explain to me this. All right. So here's why I agree with you saying. I have a friend of mine, Dr. Mike, had a patient who tried to sell their baby. Okay? And they were a drug addict. They were a drug addict. So, and his.
To your friend. He's your friend. Just want to be clear.
No, not the drug addict.
Just, well, who am I sharing a podcast with here? Okay, go on.
So anyway, said to me, yeah, that they could not help doing that. And I said, you gotta be out of your gourd. Like, what kind of hippy dippy, commie, liberal crap is that? That you're saying, look, this person tried to sell their child, and then he gave me all this information on how drugs hijack the dopaminergic system and how your dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and your nucleus accumbens and all this crap comes together, and basically you have no control over what you're doing.
The
You are,
decision tree's been hijacked.
yes, you are just responding to these things, this cascade that's happening in your brain, and it's really kind of like a neurosynaptic response to something that says, hey, go do this because we need this, and you'll do
Okay,
anything.
so you're
that-
agreeing with Robert. I thought you
I
started
am. Okay, now here's why that's why I agree, because I did all the reading and it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Here's what I want to know. What about just your regular everyday decisions? That has nothing to do with this outside force coming in and hijacking a system of your brain. It's just I want
Okay.
vanilla ice cream right now. I just want vanilla ice cream. So what's
I want pepperoni on my pizza.
I want pepperoni on my pizza.
Because Robert, these are, I want you to see this movie tonight instead of this other movie.
Right.
These are the power we have over our lives, small examples that they are, right? This is the power over our lives that gives us this illusion that we have free will, and we're perfectly content thinking that. You're saying there's some physiochemical, biomolecular thing that makes me choose strawberry instead of vanilla tonight.
Yeah, which is also saying there's this cultural thing, which is also saying how you were raised and what lullabies were sung to you have a neurochem that it's all one of the. Okay, let me give you a sense of this with the drug, right? If you happen to make a really stupid, rash decision and pick the wrong room to spend 9 months in, and your mother was very
there's no known cause for it. It just is, right?
Yeah. This is where I get connections. When quantum physics is wonderfully relevant to quantum physics, it's got squat to do with free will issues because it's like this physicist at MIT, Max Taggart, has calculated
We're friends with Max. Go on.
Okay, he's got 23 orders of magnitude that an indeterminist subatomic effect would have to scale up to influence the behavior of a molecule. It doesn't scale.
Okay.
It
I
gets
did not know that.
weird. Yeah.
Very, very important. I did not know that. That should shut everyone up who's trying to explain consciousness with quantum physics.
Exactly.
And it has
that, because if they find a way where somehow magically it bubbles up, what you've just explained is a mechanism for randomness, for random behavior, not like the moral system you've had since you were in your diapers and the consistent
So even if we went there, it's random, okay? And it's still not really in our control because it's random.
Exactly. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for, you get somebody's funeral, and what do? Is they trot out their oldest friend who gets to say, wow, even when we were in kindergarten, they were already like this. Consistent. You're not going to get consistency like that. You're not going to get like a stable moral calmness or something out of quantum randomness. And every
You get
moral
randomness. Yes.
You get randomness, exactly.
Yes,
That's
yes,
where
okay.
the issues
So
are.
best explanation I've heard ever.
So
Okay.
are you saying neurological? Because I'm still stuck on the vanilla ice cream. I mean, I appreciate the quantum physics, but I'm trying to figure out yes and no, up and down. So are you saying that our brains are ramped up with intention before we even enter the circumstance to say vanilla or chocolate? There is something happening neurologically that has already put us at that precipice and then pushes us to that place.
From stuff that went on a second ago to back when you were a fetus and everything in between, and that's exactly it. Because all you are, okay, here's my like embroideredness on doilies. We are nothing more than the biology over which we had no control, and its interactions with environment over which we had no control, and that's why we are who we are. Like if I go into a supermarket, I'm not going to buy cheddar cheese. How come? Probably because some of the genetics of my taste buds, but also because when my wife and I first got together, because I had been a vegetarian in college, and thus all we ate was like large blocks of cheddar cheese because they had not discovered vegetables yet at that time. Like this was, and she said, "Oh my God, that's saturated fat. That's incredibly bad for your health." And I was changed as a result. And what we know is the biology of it even involves like change the makeup of my gustatory receptors in my tongue as to what tastes good now. All of this stuff, all of these pieces come into place, and the challenge winds up being, show me that this person would have done the exact same thing if all this, if they had different genes, they had a different fetal life, if they got raised in a different neighborhood by different parents with different culture, all of that, and if they had had a different breakfast this morning and all that stuff. And
Okay, I totally get this compliment from you. So here are my recent thoughts. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Because I was following the free will argument, and I just wasn't. The arguments were just not enlightening to me. This every neurosynaptic firing has a precedent, and that you'll do things that you will make up the reason afterwards for why you did it, but in fact was predetermined. Fine. Okay. You can argue that philosophically why that must be so, but I came to the same conclusion differently in a more restricted sense. I asked myself, the person who is depressed, chemically depressed, do they have the free will to not be depressed?
Absolutely.
If you look at culture, one by one, things people have done it's not your fault to bring the priest. Okay, we got that. But if you were, I'm old enough, maybe you're old enough, the Skid Row bar, the drunkard, all blame was placed on that person. No? Okay, we find out that alcohol is addictive, and when you're addicted, you can't get off of it, and there's a homeless community where circumstance had put them there, and so society has changed in its response to this. Okay? The people who are listening, who are depressed and on the brink of suicide, we're not saying, just cheer up. No, we're saying there's a neurological problem and they are not in control. And the person, the instant before they jump off the bridge, do they have the free will to not jump off the bridge? And as I went through this mental exercise, more and more of society ended up folding into this mindset. And I got more and more depressed. Not depressed, angered. I got angered by it. And you find out, what is it, 70% of people in prison grew up below the poverty line? So poverty is correlated with being in prison.
The problem is poverty.
Do they have the free will to not have committed a crime and end up in so then I thought, might this explain everything? Everything ending with the bully in the yard. Do they have their free will? The person who wants to invade a country, is that their testosterone? We all grew up saying can't have female leaders because they have hormonal shifts and we don't know what they're going to do. But men know. But men have testosterone. Okay? And with testosterone, violence is I checked this at an intersection. Okay? If someone cuts you off at an intersection, so say, how did you chances are it's a guy, okay? With testosterone out of control.
Not in my neighborhood.
Oh,
we got some rough women around here. So
the men historically have not been honest about what role testosterone plays in their proclivity to commit violence, for example. Okay? And so all of a sudden I said to myself, is everything in society explainable this way? And then I realized, oh my gosh, if it is, then our entire moral code has to shift. It has to, it's not a matter of punishment, it's a matter of nurturing and understanding. So let me pivot now to you and say, if we agree, and I think we do, that you're right, how does society need to change?
Massively. Because when you think this
The compassion machine has to be put into effect. And you're not getting that in conservative politics, right? Conservative politics.
yes, exactly. But if you're really going to test it, you got to see if somebody's willing to feel compassionate about how Donald Trump became the person who he is, because it's the same issue here. I mean, if you really follow this out,
I mean, being the best of the best of the absolute best. How did this happen? I don't know. I believe God chose me.
wow, that's scary. That's blame and punishment make no sense. Praise and reward make no sense. Meritocracies make no sense. Criminal justice makes no sense. Feeling like you have earned anything makes no sense. Hating somebody makes little sense. As hating the earth, like all of that. That's the only logical point you can get to. And I've been thinking this way since I was 14, and I can actually function this way about 3 minutes every other month. Because it's incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Because but I've done it in some ways. I don't believe when there's a lightning storm that some old woman with no teeth at the edge of the hamlet caused it with her witchcraft. That one's easy now. I subtracted responsibility. That
Some of
one
the old
was
sayings,
easy
yes,
too.
that was not the case, right? Right.
Exactly. And when you and I, Chuck, you appear to be too much of a youngin' for this, but when we were both young, if when we were in elementary school, if you had the kids sitting next to you was just not learning how to read, and they just weren't paying attention, and you know what the attributions were then. This kid, they're not motivated, maybe they're not so smart, they're really lazy, they just don't pay.
I'm in the slow class with the short bus,
Exactly. And
Yeah.
then people discovered, oh,
seeing a film from the early 60s where someone was addicted to drugs and was drunk, was addicted to drugs, and he said, I'm a junkie and I can't stop it. But the resolution of that story was the cops came and arrested him. Today, that's unthinkable, right? If someone says, I'm a junkie, I can't stop it, you don't arrest them, you help them, right? And that's a compassion.
What country are we talking about?
Exactly what it is. Well, if you say that from your men's club where you had a little bit too much vodka, then they send you to a nice expensive rehab program. If it's out on a street corner, maybe something different.
Have you ever wanted one of your questions on the universe answered? We all have questions on the universe. Black holes, quasars, quantum entanglement, wormholes. There is no end to the depths of cosmic curiosity. Well, the entry level of Patreon membership with Star Talk gets you just that. It starts at $5 a month. You have access to the question line that reaches our Cosmic Query program. And not only that, we produce a special Cosmic Queries installment just for Patreon members.
As if you weren't the director of the Hayden Planetarium, what do you think you would be doing?
Right, it would have to be another universe. It wouldn't happen in this universe.
Okay.
I'd be a songwriter for Broadway musicals.
Ooh!
So that's the entry level, and the perks ascend from there. There's a level, in fact, where we send you an autographed copy of one of my latest books. Right now, it's Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization, and signed with my fancy fountain purple ink. So I invite you to just check the link below, and all of that money goes to our ability to experiment with new ways of bringing the universe down to Earth. So thank you for those who've already joined, and we welcome others to participate in this grand adventure of what it is to bring the universe down to Earth. As always, keep looking up. Someone is self-aware that they need help, but we don't deny them the help. I mean, this is an evolution of our cultural response to people who are not entirely in control of their own fate. So,
You know, I get it. I mean, I don't disagree. I think what scares people is they start thinking about the consequences of this, and because I was just thinking about, okay, so what about responsibility and what do you do if people can just do what they want? But then it just popped into my head while you guys were talking. What if I were able to do anything I wanted? Anything. If you told me I can go out and do anything I want with no consequence, what would I change? And the truth is, very, very little. I would not go out and kill anybody. I would not start doing drugs. I would pretty much still be the exact same person I am right now, even if you gave me the ability to do anything that I wanted. It wouldn't lead me down this path of, and now I'm just going to become the most decadent, most evil, baboon-like person that I could possibly become.
I mean, like the laws are the only thing preventing you from
Right.
doing
It's not just the laws. It's my place in society. It's my commitment to being a citizen. It's all these other things that make me me.
Okay, so Robert, we can split the kingdom here by saying there are forces that are societal and cultural, and then there are forces that are purely biological and physiological. And yes, there's overlap, I get it. But if we're going to prevent religious factions from killing each other, I refuse to think that that's biological. This is a trained thing from birth, where your religion is better than someone else's religion, and they're the wrong religion. And so there's a kind of a brainwashing there in not accepting